Hello everyone. Welcome back to more Hytale. I have done a little bit. The main thing that I've done is I've started a new house. And this might look a little familiar to some people because this is my attempt at building an illager mansion from Minecraft. Sure, apparently waystones count as breakable with the thing. Whatever. Home. Doesn't really matter. I have the block around it. Of course, you know, Hytale has a lot more blocks than Minecraft has. And so I've been experimenting with a few. Since villager mansions are made with dark oak wood, I used this dark wood. Obviously there is no dark oak log, but fir logs seem to look pretty good. On the inside is usually birch, but birch in this game creates the softwood, which kind of looks more like jungle wood. So I was thinking about what else I could use, and I realized that dry wood looks pretty good. Kind of looks, you know, semi-light like the birch log does, or the birch wood does. And then, of course, I realized I didn't have a lot of dry wood, so I've been growing some dry wood trees over here. These two on the corners, I think, are fully grown, but I don't think the ones in the middle are, so I should be good to tackle these trees here. But yeah, I've been just growing these dry saplings to try and get more dry wood. And it's worked so far. I mean, they seem to grow just fine. I do need to grow some fir trees, which I actually have started over here. Got some snowy fir leaves on with fir branch. We've also got regular fir trees over here. I'm hoping that they'll actually grow because so far all of the trees have been growing. But I think there might be a bug where when you close the world, it doesn't save the state that the tree is in. The growth state. And so I'm wondering if these are now going to even grow any further or not. And I've come to that idea purely based off of how the oak trees and the redwood trees that I grew, they all grew big and tall over here. And yet, no matter how many days passed with the trees that I had over here, which I've since knocked down, of course. But you know, I had all those trees that were over here, and none of them ever actually grew. So I have no idea if that's true, but that's my assumption. Hmm? I forgot to toss those. Oop. My item magnet. So, I have here a palm tree trunk and a palm tree log. And I will be honest, and say that what happened is when you load JEI, you get this screen. And I was looking for goldenwood. And as you can see, just typing in goldenwood doesn't give me the things. But if I type in palm, then it shows up here. And so basically I was just kind of looking for goldenwood. And from what I can tell, now we'll see if it did it. It did not. Weird. When I was clicking on those last time, it seems like it gave me one of each. I'm not entirely sure why, since it didn't this time. So that's weird. That confuses the crap out of me, actually. But I will show that I didn't, like, you know, cheat in any gold wood or anything by, you know, going through here and looking for them. Where is my gold wood, I wonder? Here it is. See, I still only have 15, so... I downloaded a new mod for stacks because the other one wasn't working. As you could have seen with the potatoes and stuff. I'm not sure what not sure what the settings are for this one, because it seems like some stuff still isn't stacking. The mod itself is called Overstacked. And it does not look like there is a command for it. So I don't know how that works. One thing that I did is I downloaded a different vein miner that is that's, you know, called vein mining instead. So that's cool. Walk, crouch. So basically the shift key. I kind of wish there was another option for just like its own keybind, but maybe that's not a thing that you can set yet. Also, everything seems to be working fine this time around in the UI. But maybe like custom keybinds isn't a thing you can do yet. So I guess if I do walk, right? Because freaking I never use a walk keybind anyway. Uh, Better item viewer seems to also be bound to that same button. I don't know how to change that. Oh, enable left alt keybind. Okay. Cool. So basically I just moved the walk button. To my usual vein mine keyboard. So but yeah, I've been trying to build a woodland mansion, basically, because I thought that'd be fun. Obviously, I had to, you know, tear down the old house, and freaking move everything into new freaking locations and whatnot. Oh yeah, that's right. That is now a bigger chest. Part of the downside of this is that I have no idea where anything is. Apparently I just have too many sticks. Oh, okay. Well, I did not mean to do that. I wonder. Let me quit back to main menu. Like, does that mean I wonder if now overstacked is set to on. Is there a config for overstacked? I'm double checking. There is. Max stack sizes. Oh, interesting. Everything is set to different sizes. Like, it's set by item ID here. But I think I can still fix that. Whoopsies. That was not what I wanted. Match whole word only. Thank you. Place all the 50s with 5,000. Place all the 250s with 5,000. 150s with 5,000. And then I assume there's probably some hundreds in here. So let's look for that. No, there's not. Interesting. I wonder... Huh. There are some 300s, though. I see that. But it looks like it does it by item ID. um, which is kind of an issue because that probably means I have to go in and add everything individually. I'm looking and I'm seeing like ores are in here, wood trunk. But yeah, like individual items such as like the sticks, for example. Like their ID isn't in here. Um, ingredient stick. Ingots. Ingredient bar adamantite. Ingredient bar. Yeah, adamantite. So I have to like add these in individually. Luckily they're all kind of like the same. Cobalt, copper. I assume that they're all the same anyway. Copper, gold, yeah, they all seem to be the same. So this is something I might have to like do more work to set up on my own. Thorium, silver. I don't even think Prisma ingots are in the game yet. As I've set those in the config. Yeah. Cool, that fixed that. Okay. I mean, it didn't fix everything, like, because not everything is in there. Um, for example, the tree sap doesn't seem to be in there. Yep. That's slightly annoying. Well, we'll see. I'll work with it, like, off camera. You know, to try to add stuff in. I don't know how many I needed. I actually made one too many. That's really funny, actually. I was thinking like, oh, I don't have enough yet, but I don't know how many I need. And it actually turned out that no, I had enough. I had made too many. So. I do already see though that the new stack mod is missing a lot of stuff in it. Like, a lot of the stuff isn't stacking. So that's really annoying. Really? I didn't have enough pumpkins out of that? That sucks, dude. Alright, well. We can... It takes 30 and I'm only growing 25 at a time, so... I'm not actually getting enough pumpkins per, like, growth. I think I see why. Like, we're getting one pumpkin per growth, which makes sense if you think about it. Oh, I don't have any chili seeds. I've got 7 Eternals. So I need 18. Might just like until I can fix this like problem. I might have to just make some more chests here. I guess we'll make some small tavern chests. Because we have a lot of dark wood. I mean, that makes sense that that would happen, unfortunately. Oh. I opened it and totally blanked on the fact that I opened it. That's what happened. I don't know how many of this I actually needed. Looks like I'm missing 3. No, 2. I need 2. But yeah, you'll see like these trees haven't like changed at all. Oh, no wait. Hang on. These ones did. So never mind. Maybe my idea of like, you know, they stop like, it stops tracking where they're at is like wrong. Or maybe they fixed it. Maybe it was a bug and they fixed it since. That could also be a big possibility. That one. Let's see. Eternals. I don't have any space for Eternals. Okay. I don't have enough aubergines for Eternals. If that's what happens when you only have 25 of a thing growing. But you need, you know, more than 25 to grow it. 14 of the cauliflower. Maybe if I just hold on to my essence for now. I can just go from there. Do I have any cauliflower seeds at current? I do. Okay. So let's leave one behind. I think I only needed 4, because I said, what, 14, right? I've got 16 here, so. I, you know, have too much, essentially. I think the corn was already good. Yeah, corn is actually just fine. Which is good. I mean, again, this is the problem with, you know, not having any real organization to, like, the chests. You know, I just kind of threw everything over there. Lettuce is good, too, it looks like. So, speaking of lettuce... can I not? Alright. It looks like I can't breed animals. Did I change animal breeding mods? I still have animal husbandry. And that was the one I had before, wasn't it? Or no. I had animal breeding. Yes? I don't know. Um, It looks like I'll be able to feed them without. I see. So yeah, I switched to a different mod, and apparently this mod has different rules about like what you have to do. You have to like become custodian of animals now. But it's not letting me do anything. So it's fine. Well, I'll figure it out. From what I understand, update 3 is supposed to be adding in their own animal breeding thing. The pre-release like just came out like today. And one of the things I saw on there was animal breeding. So if that's true, like, we won't have to worry about issues with the animal breeding for very long, so it will soon be an official part of the game. Whoopsies! I made too many seeds. I was thinking I needed 15. And for some reason, my brain said that the button gave 5. It was a craft 5, not a craft 10. And so I clicked it twice to make 10. That was not the case. So, whoops. I don't think I can make... I can make tomato Eternals. Okay. And I think I needed a few more. I think that's enough, but I don't recall. Tomatoes. Nope, I'm short. By 1. Literally by 1. How about that? And then freaking onions and potatoes I can't actually make eternal seeds of, so I might not even bother to harvest them right now. Because, like, unless they give me eternal seeds, which I think one of these did already, like, I can't craft them on my own. So... this is rice. Once again, I did not think to actually pay attention. I'm so bad at that. How many do I need? Another 9. That should be fine. Cool. We have harvested all of our crops again. Not entirely sure how cactus growing works. Like, it kind of seems just completely random. So, I don't know. Oh, all my drywood trees have grown up again. Fully. So that's cool. Just getting rid of these tall grass blocks that are super annoying. That I hate. It's a personal thing, and I'm fully aware of that. Like, you know, there are master builders out there that are like, you know, here's all the grass blocks that you need and whatnot. But freaking, I hate the tall grass. I really hate these tall grass blocks. Again, I'm fully aware it's a personal thing, so I'm sure some master builder is going to look at my builds and be like, where's the grass? I'll be like, it looks, the freaking grass makes things look terrible. And I could be like, but the same thing happens with like master builders, you know, will tell me like, hey, you know, maybe replace some of this cobble with some of the stone with like cobblestone, or, you know, smooth stone, like give it some like texture and stuff. And I'm just like, but I don't like that. It looks better when everything is uniform. And then those master builders are like, but it looks bad. And I'm like, but it looks worse if I do that. It's a personal thing, you know? And that's what's important. Like, that's the important part, is that, like, how you build is entirely, like, a personal thing, you know? You may think that one way looks better than another way, and there's literally no wrong answer there. So, is this ever gonna like get bigger, or is this as big as apple trees get? Like, I could see this being the max size purely because, you know, there's apples growing on it already. But at the same time, like, I don't know, it'd be nice, I guess, if it could get a little bigger. But maybe it wouldn't, you know? I don't know. Again, these are personal things. You know? Maybe other people have different views than I. My wheat's already grown up. So yeah. This has been my current project. And I still haven't fully decided what I want to do. You know, out here I have marble. And I kind of like this better. So I'm thinking about doing that. Because there's a lot of this, like, decorative marble brick. You know? And then there's, like, the marble brick walls and stuff. So I'm thinking of going in, replacing at least like the visible stuff here with the marble. But I haven't fully decided yet. Before I can do anything about that, though, I do need to go in and figure out where my dry wood went. Here it is. That was not what I was like actually, you know, trying to say, but it was where I like got stuck. That is a bug that is not letting dry wood be craftable as plain dry wood for whatever reason. So we'll make the planks. We'll make the special planks and then convert it. It's fine either way. Mostly I just need to finish what I started here, because like this is as far as I got simply because I ran out of dry wood. So there we go. That said, because I am thinking about using marble, that is something that I'm going to need to collect. So it's something I should probably consider doing, is going and collecting it. Because I don't have a lot of marble. In fact, I might not even have any at this point. I'm not entirely sure, if I can be honest. Isn't that snow block? Why is that over here? Yeah, this is where our palm tree is. Hello, Skirks. Got some crystal saplings, even though we can't use those yet. I'm holding off on putting those down because, you know, right now, the crystal saplings don't, like, the crystal trees don't drop crystal wood. I want to save that. The azure logs also don't drop azure wood, unfortunately. So, I am not seeing any marble. So if I have any, I'm not finding it. I see chalk. Oh, here we go. 142 marble. Got it. Here's what I'll do, since we have all these new chests. I'm going to move the marble into its own section. Kind of help keep track of it. And I think I'll move the dry logs into here as well. And that'll kind of help me keep track of both that way. So. we are going to need to go collect some marble. So, since I know that the area here to the north has marble, let's go ahead and head in that direction. We are... No, I meant south. I meant south. This direction has freaking marble. I was going the right way. I just said the wrong, like, direction. But, like, there's all this chalk here. Here you go, marble. I know this is all chalk, but I'm trying to see about getting to the marble specifically. Those are literally these 4 lines. And I have no idea how deep down this goes. That deep down. That was all marble. Cool. This is, I think, more marble. But this grass is in the way. Cool. This is all chalk. There is, like, it's very slight, but there is a difference. If you, like, kind of look at it. Like, there is a difference in, like, the texture here between the 2 blocks. It is very slight, and I can definitely see, you know, myself even not noticing quite often between the chalk and the marble. So, oops. I have no idea how marble works in, like, real life. I do know that, you know, marble that I have seen in real life seems very, like, clean and polished. Which is neat. But, like, I don't know how it's formed, or, like, if it's even, like, a natural thing. I know that the Romans used it a lot in, like, their sculptures. but I wouldn't be able to tell you really anything about marble beyond that. I did a research paper as a kid on like volcanoes. I wouldn't be able to tell you much about it, but I do remember some of like what I learned in that about like igneous rock. I could tell you that there is no difference between lava and magma. Lava and magma are two words for the exact same thing. The only actual difference is, and I don't remember which is which, but one of them is the term for when it is still like inside the volcano, and one is the term for like after it leaves the volcano. I think it is lava that is the when it leaves the volcano. I think magma is it's in the volcano, and so it's called magma. But beyond that, I don't believe there's any actual difference. If I am remembering correctly. But it's also important to note that, like, when I say I did a research paper as a kid, I'm talking like 25 years ago. Heck, when I was learning the like countries of the world, I don't know if the USSR still existed, but the stuff that the textbooks that I like learned from was still listed Russia as the USSR. I don't remember when the USSR actually like collapsed and like Russia became a thing. Like I'm pretty sure that was in like the 80s. So I'm pretty sure the textbooks were just old. But still, you know, I'm not exactly young. Is what I'm getting at. I have dug a gigantic hole here. Magma below or within the Earth's crust. Right. That's what I was thinking. Was that magma was where, while it was still like in the volcano. So. Which, you know, that is essentially what that means, so. Because, you know, while it's in the volcano, it's under the Earth's crust and all. But yeah. Once it leaves the volcano, you know, once it bubbles up from underground, it stops being magma. Or rather, it stops being classified as magma. And goes to being classified as lava. And that is literally the only difference. Between magma and lava. Is just where it is at the time. So. 1,000 blocks, though, of marble seems like a good start. So I think we'll take this back. Especially since, you know, we made this gigantic hole. And we'll see what we can do with it, you know? I don't know where. There we go. I didn't know where, like, the rubble and stuff needed to go to. So. And as I'm unlikely to actually use marble cobble, I've just converted it all over to marble. So I am gonna leave some marble, one block of marble cobble in there for like later usage. It looks like the only stairs are marble cobble, and that's unfortunate. Don't know why you can't make like marble. Well, maybe I need maybe I need to convert it to marble brick. Let's see. Yeah. Marble brick stairs. Okay. There's just no like smooth marble stairs, but there's marble brick stairs. So we can do that. Let's find out how many, like, actual stairs there are. Because, I mean, you know, there's all of this along the edges as well. But, I'm going to start with this. I believe that was 33. So let's start by getting 33 Marble bricks. Now we'll make them into stairs. Whoops, I made 34. Because I already had one. It's fine. Now, obviously, this looks terrible because of all of the, like, cobblestone around it, right? Like, you know, this doesn't look great with the mixture. But the plan would obviously be to replace all of the stairs and then all of, like, the cobblestone, you know? Whoops. Put that back for now. I don't know why I'm bothering to count. I'm gonna have that, like, it's all gonna be in my inventory. But it looks like I'm replacing 62 blocks out of that. So that's cool. There it goes. That's where it goes. And I can see that the new mod doesn't handle that either. So it didn't stack the cobble stairs. So I'll just fix that with that. And then put those in there. So I need 62. And then we need 62. And I made 63 because I forgot I had one. Once again. But I think as I, like, replace things, it'll be more apparent, like, how it's gonna look. And it'll be like, oh yeah, that'll look really good when it's done, kind of, you know, feel. That's the hope. Ah. Sometimes placing blocks works really well. Sometimes it does not. So now the question is, where am I missing 2 blocks? Because, again, I had 62, and I placed down Oh, I'm missing one here. So where am I missing one block? What block did I miss to place? Oh wait, no. Right, because I had 63 on me. So I actually only missed one. Cool. Alright, alright. I do think it's looking better. You know? I mean, obviously I still have to replace all of the cobblestone with the smooth marble. But that shouldn't be too difficult. Said, mining directly upwards does give me a little agita. Something about my, like, looking straight up like that. Just like, I don't know. I get a weird, like, agitated feeling. Which, you know, is what agita means, by the way. For those unfamiliar with the term. I was unfamiliar with the term myself for a while, so I understand. Because Vinny from Vine Sauce would say it all the time. And I was just like, that's an interesting word, you know? Like, I didn't know that it was like a real word. I just thought it was a funny word that he was saying. But it is a real word, so. It's like a sense of agitation or something to that degree. Basically. Oop. These aren't properly stacking to the new height that I have stacks set to. I think it's like this. And then there's these blocks in the two corners here. And then it's just the blocks underneath everything, really. Whoops. And 35 more blocks. Nine more blocks. Now I have to actually figure out where these other 9 blocks go. Pretty sure these went here. But that still leaves me with 3 blocks that I don't know the placement of. Which, I mean, everything looks filled in, so this was why I was doing it this way, was so that I would know. I could be like, yeah, you know, they go here. Problem is that I don't actually know where they go. I have 3 leftover blocks. And I know I didn't overcraft. My thought is maybe they were here, because there are exactly 3 blocks. Like, they could have gone right here. But I'm not sure, because that's 4 blocks. And that's 4 blocks. So, no, I don't think that's it. Maybe, but I don't know. If it is, I don't like the look of it, so I'm not going to keep those. I think the stairs would look better if they weren't free floating in the back here. So maybe I could do something like that to give them a little bit of a back support. But as for where they were supposed to go, I have no clue. Now, for anybody who might be wondering why it is that there is an extra block on this side that is not on this side, it's because I'm following the way that the Woodland Mansion is set up, and this is all one structure block. This one line here that is not on, or that's on that side but isn't over here. This line here, like this wall, is actually part of another room entirely. So, it's kind of neat that way. I think I want to use ornate. Basically what I'm going to do is replace all of that stone with this ornate marble. And it should fill the entire side here, because it seemed to be 63 blocks. Yep. Cool. Just like that. So a fun little factoid, though, about the Woodland Mansion is that it has this little, like, cobblestone section that goes all the way around like this on the initial structure, like on the structure block here. But because this side is actually a separate, like, structure block, this line of, like, cobblestone that goes across like this is actually not on this side at all. This is just a line of wood. So every single Woodland Mansion is asymmetric in that way. And that wall and this wall have different blocks. Because this is an entirely separate room on the side. Because this, the Woodland Mansion, like, entrance area is the only part that is guaranteed to spawn, like, this specific structure. Everything else is randomized. So So now that I've done that, I actually need to load up the Woodland Mansion, like, blueprints again. In order to see what blocks go where. Okay, so that's the layer I'm currently on now. So what I need is some dark wood. I think as soon as I find it, I'm going to move it over to the other chest. Darkwood planks, fir logs. Those are what I need. Um, cedar logs as well, I suppose, because that's another form of dark wood. So I think I'm going to move that over here. And we'll grab these. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that goes there. And we do that. Now let me see here. So there's blocks there. That's interesting. I don't know that I want to do that. There's blocks right here. But I don't know that I really want to do that. What I do need to do, though, is I need to make more marble walls. We'll just start with that much for now, because that's probably enough to do this line. And we'll need more than this eventually. But for now, that's fine. Is that not... Is that not logs that go around the window? It is everywhere else. But not on the bottom for some reason. I think I'm gonna change that. Do I even have a chest that has these blocks in it? These, decorative stone brick? I'm not seeing any, so I'm just gonna throw those in there for now. Are these not in there? Okay. Once again, just randomly, some of the blocks are like somewhere that other blocks could have been. So, whatever. Storage terminal. This is all stuff in the workbench. So there is a storage system that I added. I have no idea how this works. Aside from like, it's simple storage type thing, where you can like put stuff to, just like put a bunch of stuff together here. And like, you've got like the cables, and like the access points and stuff. Universal interface to make your network inventories accessible to any external block. I don't quite know what this is. I have no idea how the storage disks work. For disk drives. There it is. Okay. I don't know how much each disk can store. Well, these look like they're all in the workbench. Yep. Filter tool, network tool, wireless terminal. Speaking of these cubes, heavy hide was what I needed for the ultimate cube. And then the infinity cube also requires heavy hide. Okay. Specifically hide instead of specifically hide instead of leather. Yeah, see, I was gonna say, I'm guessing the import cables go here. So I mean, I'm getting a lot of cables, a lot of the import cables. And those require copper ingots, so I may actually have a use for copper. I mean, I have 300 freaking... Oh, I only store 100 at a time inside of those. Alright. That might be another... Well, no, because when I pulled them out, it should have... Oh, well. Yep. Never mind. It did that. It freaking broke up the charcoal once I did that. So, alright, that's fine. I'll get all of that sorted out eventually, I'm sure. Boop, 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 and boop. Cool. Alright. Well, that's all the import cables I need. The real question now becomes actually putting everything together, you know? Like attaching all of these cables together. And I could definitely make it look better if I put it like underneath instead. But it's fine for now. Cause like, you know, right now I'm just freaking setting everything up. You know? It does use gold. Access point. I wonder what the access point specifically is. Like how that works exactly. Interesting. Cause like, I mean, I attached that to the storage cable, right? But then that doesn't show me anything. It has 0 slots. So do I need the access terminal attached? Connected nodes 42, occupied slots 0. Huh. I have no idea. I suppose these aren't like access cables, right? These are import cables. So maybe this doesn't work. This is one of those moments where, like, I wish I knew what I needed to do with this. Create wireless connections. Copies filter settings from import export. Yeah, they don't have an external storage. So maybe this storage system can't do that. Or maybe I only need the storage cable. Okay, that connects. Oh, okay. Got it. That's a little confusing, but I get it. The storage cable itself automatically, like, just connects to the inventories. So, how is this gonna operate? I have them like that. Like, is it gonna read something twice by any chance? Or... I don't think it is. Import and export cables. So is it not reading that chest because there's two? No, it is. It is in fact reading the chest. Okay. It does seem to be... That's very strange. Because it's definitely saying that I have 20 imports and 4 exports. But it's not seeing the normal storage. It's just seeing the export cables. Which I don't even know where I put those. They're here. I think because I put imports on everything, it tried to actually import. And so now all of the store, like all of my chests are like goofed up. I'm still not seeing the regular cables. I don't know. I don't know how this works. All I know is that there is even less organization now because everything went everywhere. But at the same time, that doesn't really matter too much. You know? As long as everything is connected in some way, it should technically see everything and operate more or less fine. I mean, you know, it's gonna freaking not do everything. It's not gonna put stuff in like the most efficiently, I don't think. Like here, yeah, the copper ingots went here instead of into here, for example. But it is what it is. The important part is we have an easy way right now to like look at all of our stuff. And that's really all that matters to me right now. Just moving these out of the way since they're just purely decorative. And then of course there is like the disk drive and stuff. I could consider making a set of storage cables. And then do a little bit of that. And we can put that directly under there. And then there we go. Now I have a drive in there. Whoa, boy, that added a bunch. Okay. Doesn't have a dynamic model though. Like it doesn't show any of the drives that I put in here. I don't know what this button is. It doesn't say. It says contain, but I don't know what that means. I mean, the important part is that it worked, I guess. I do kind of wonder if I should just import everything. Into here. That's my question is like, do I need it to be lower or higher? You know? I don't know where that just went, so I don't know. Okay, so that did go into here because the priority is higher. Got it. So, higher number means higher priority. Which does make sense, but you never know. Sometimes you have to do the negatives. Like, I think AE does it the other way around. So, I'm curious though. Boop, boop, boop. Gonna go ahead and like let it import everything and see, you know, what happens. I mean, if I don't need all these chests, that would be great. So, do be moving stuff to the disk drive. Let me do this. Let me just go ahead and knock out all of the storage cables themselves, so that the only thing it's using is the drives. And then basically do what we had before, where everything is connected to imports. So that way everything goes in. Oh, but see, the problem is that this doesn't access the drive. Unless that's what this is for. Network inventory is accessible to any external block. Benches, pipes, and more. Okay, so that might be the purpose of the access point. Like, if I did that. Whoa! Yeah, now okay, yeah, so I get the purpose of it now. That's cool. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. You know, we're figuring it out. Now that will import everything from all of my chests. Now we just kind of let it go and wait till everything's empty, unless it already is. It already is. Okay. Wow. Everything went into the freaking one drive that I had. Alright. And obviously, you know, the biggest thing here is that if I ever need to remove this mod for any reason, I will want to ensure that I, you know, export everything off of the drive first, so that I don't, you know, then promptly lose all of the stuff. That's right. The iron chests require the pickaxe. Tavern chests require the axe. And what's interesting is all of those will like break up into individuals. But these high roll chests stay as large chests when I break them. So that's interesting. Cool. Well, I mean, that works, I guess. Hello. Yes, I have mods. My gosh. So one adamantine drive is 4,096 slots. That's awesome. I love that everything was able to go in without any issues. I don't know why my spruce trees aren't growing any further. Oh, wonder, do they need to be in like a specific biome? 'Cause that would be really annoying if they can't grow any more than that because they're in the wrong biome or something. I wouldn't assume so because the dry wood grows, excuse me, fine. And I mean, you know, I'm not in a desert. I'm not in zone 2. I'm in zone 1. That said, this does happen sometimes. Where the leaves like get left up there and like the blocks get left up there. I think this is just a bug in the tree harvester. Where sometimes it doesn't fully catch all of the logs and leaves. So that said, I'm literally just now noticing the majority of this ground is a lot flatter than where I'm building right now. Which unfortunately might mean that I need to do this and like flatten and then like move the entire structure down. Which I wonder if I just wanna switch it to the creative mode for a moment to do that. Moving the structure itself, I mean. Like, I'll do this part in survival. But like, I don't know, do we really want to have to go and rebuild all of that for a 4th time? I mean, I had to rebuild it a couple of times when I, like, realized, you know, oh, I'm getting freaking, you know, spots wrong and whatnot. Now I'm wondering, like, do I really want to have to go in and move that whole thing down? And what I could do is just dig out 2 blocks down. But I think this level will be good. Because I can always bring, like, this bit of the ground up a bit. Although, it is kind of a big area to, like, fill in. Maybe I just bring the ground further down. Let me see here. What does the area around me look like? It does kind of look like if I bring everything down by 2 blocks, it might be fine. Like this just... This area might just be deep, you know? It kind of looks like the general size is like this layer right here. I think if I just bring it down to this level, it'll be fine. Like down to this layer. Like where I'm placing the dirt. If I do that, and then what I can do is I'll dig down to like here, like around the mansion, and then I'll just like I'll just go into the creative mode, and use the move tool to just move the whole structure down by 2 blocks. And then we can technically still say that it was built in survival. You know, because we are. We're still gathering all the resources. And the actual structure is being built in survival. It just had to be moved slightly. You know? Well, okay. Frick. But yeah, this is going to take a little bit because there's a lot, you know, that we got to mine here to kind of flatten out the area. Although, I do wonder... I was gonna say, I do wonder if I can utilize the vein miner for it. Vein miner. And I want to do tunnel. Very nice. It certainly works. It certainly works. So let's grab our saplings before they grow. We'll hop into bed. And that definitely will make this a lot easier. I mean, it is the walk keybind. So, you know, I kind of do go a little slow while I'm like moving while holding the button down. But it's alright. The important thing is that it works. Oop. Because I hit dirt, it stopped vein mining. Interesting. So I might want to let some of the grass regrow. So that I can, like, you know, vein mine it a little better. But that is still pretty awesome. Like, it works really well. I will have to move my whole farm, since I'm not looking forward to that. Whoops. Whoops. I accidentally dug downward. I think the only real complaint I have is the having to go into the like config itself to change like which direction I mine in and things. But that might honestly just be a thing with like how mods have to be set up at current. Also, I might keep this hole. This goes down into a cave. And having an open, you know, entrance to a cave is kind of nice. Apparently I have been here before to some degree since there's torches. But also very rare torches. In that I've only seen one torch since I came down here, which confuses me. Lots of copper down here. But that is to be expected. Oh, hey. Maybe I went down this way. Actually, I have no idea. Oh, yeah. I have been around here. You can see that the torches like down some of these paths. I think I just haven't been here. Also, apparently they glow through the blocks. The ores glow through the blocks. The only reason I knew that copper was there was because it was glowing. But there was no, like, block sticking out. Also, IRL, I'm wearing a freaking, like, hoodie. Like a jacket. I just took that off because it's gotten warm. So. gotten warm in here. So now the question is, how the frick did I get down here? Over here, right, with the dirt. Like, we take this dirt up, yeah, over there. See where I need to go to get back up? Which is, well, technically here. I don't know why I care so much about the cobblestone. Sadly, spiderwebs do not drop string in this one. In this game, I mean. Alright. This is an indicator, if I go out that way, that this is how to get back. So. Whoa, I forgot that I had it on freeform. Whoops. Did I do 2x1? I meant 1x2. Or whatever. I mean, I guess that was fine, because that is... It does need to go down that way. But still. It just wasn't quite what I meant to do. That's all. That is so nice. Like, say what you will about, you know, mods. But needing to clean out large swaths of land is just so annoying when you don't have any way to actually do it. And yes, maybe Vein Miner is a little excessive. But it's better than not having any method at all. And I know somebody's going to say, you know, well, the shovel. But I don't understand how the shovel works. Like, I can't figure out where it actually determines, like, this is the block that, you know, I'm specifically mining and whatnot. And so it was more annoying than anything else. So, hi! Yeah, developers intend for us to have fun. And, like, I do understand the idea of, you know, that's not what the developers intend. And I would argue that in some cases, like, you know, Final Fantasy XIV, I do get a little annoyed. Or I should say, I used to get annoyed at the idea of freaking, you know, wall-to-wall pulling. I wasn't good at the game at the time, and I'm fully willing to admit that was part of it. And B, it was just, you know, like, you're running a dungeon to have fun. You know, like, do you really need to speedrun the dungeon to have fun? However, having played as much of Final Fantasy XIV as I have at this point, and again, I do note that this was a thing that I used to do, was complain about that. You know, it's not something I do now, because I actually do just wall-to-wall pull nowadays. But like, you know, there was a period of like, well, you know, like, I don't think that's what the developers were really, like, intending with, like, you know, how dungeons are built and such. But it has come to the point where it's like, alright, you know, everybody that plays does the wall-to-wall pulling. And I have gotten used to it enough that, like, when somebody doesn't wall-to-wall, like, I don't get annoyed. It's more just like, alright, well, dungeon's gonna be a little slower than normal. You know? And there are definitely points where, like, I'll be doing a dungeon with, like, wall-to-wall pulling, and I'll be like, well, this is going really slowly, because our DPS is just that low, you know? But it's never, like, a complaint as much as it is just, like, a notice. You know, something that I notice, you know? And it's like, oh, hey, you know, this dungeon's going a little slower than usual, isn't it? But, you know, I used to use the, you know, it's not the way that that Square Enix really wanted us to do it, you know? Which is true. Square Enix themselves has regularly come out and said, like, they in, like, every expansion, they look for new ways to try to get people to stop, like, wall-to-walling in dungeons, because they don't like that. But they're not, like, enforcing that in, like, the rules or anything, you know? Because there is that degree of, well, you know, play how you want, you know, have fun the way that you want to have fun, you know? As long as it doesn't interfere with other people's fun. Because it's an MMO. You know? So, like, again, I do understand the viewpoint, you know. That's not how the developers planned. But that's mostly, like, the only time I've ever actually used that argument myself was just for things that I didn't want somebody to do. You know? It was never actually about, you know, was how the developers want you to do it. It was always about, I didn't like it. And honestly, like, that's what I would argue, you know? If you're, you know, if for, you know, some reason, you know, you ever feel like that. You know? It's just like, well, you know, think about it for a moment. Is it really that, you know, well, the developers didn't intend and so you shouldn't do that? Or is it more just like you feel that it upsets you in some way for some reason? And I'll note, like, that can happen, you know? You see somebody playing a game in a way that is not how you would play it, and you're just like, you should be doing this. Like, that's a big thing on YouTube comments, you know? It's like, people will be like, you should play the game this way, you know? And it's like, nah. You know, let people play the game how they want to play it. You know? Not everybody cares about being the most optimal. That's one I see a lot on, like, the Stardew Valley not wiki, but Reddit. Is people will go on there and they'll, like, post, you know, I'm, you know, 3 years into the game. And, you know, I just discovered this thing. And they'll post about something that, like, most people will have done within, like, the first couple months, if not even years, you know. You know, the first couple, you know, months of Stardew, if not at least the first year. And they'll be like, I couldn't play the game like that. And I'm like, that's fine, you know? Like, it's fine if you wouldn't play the game like that. It's perfectly fine if you don't feel like that's, you know, it's perfectly fine if you think like, hey, you know, why wouldn't you do that? You know, do this fast thing. As long as you're not trying to then turn around and say like, well, you have to play like I do, you know? Because you know what? Maybe I don't want to. You know? And I would again point to Final Fantasy XIV in that regard, in which Square Enix, again, Square Enix tries to find new ways to deal with players, you know, wall-to-walling. But they don't enforce, you know, you can't wall-to-wall. In their rules, they specifically state, you know, if your group wants to wall-to-wall, they can. But if somebody in the group says don't, then don't. You know? Like that, and I'm paraphrasing, but that is like what the TOS in Final Fantasy XIV actually says. Is, you know, if people tell you don't, then you're not, then you have to stop. But if your group says that it's okay, then it's fine. And they actually have that same set of rules for a lot of things in Final Fantasy XIV. Mature, quote-unquote, adult content. you know, adult role playing. They don't say that you can't, but they will say, like, it's, you know, they'll say, like, we have no stance on this, except for, like, one, you know, don't do it, don't, you know, do that in, like, public channels. And two, like, if somebody says stop, you stop. You know? And that's the general rule across FF14. You know? They have a either unanimous or not at all system for their rules, basically. You know? Like, everybody must agree that this is okay. In fact, it is specifically stated in one of the rules, like, if you are in, let's say, a link shell, you know, a custom, like, chat channel, basically, for those who don't know what link shells are. You know, they're basically just custom chat channels. But they'll say, like, and I think this specific rule was in regards to, like, swearing specifically. But, like, they mentioned these same kind of, like, protocols pretty much everywhere else. But what they'll say is, like, you know, we won't tell you no, you know, if everybody in your channel agrees that that's okay for you to do. You know, then fine. However, and the way they word it, I don't know that this is the exact wording, but I remember the wording was something akin to, like, if you have 9 people in your channel, and all 9 of them agree that you can swear, then it's fine. However, if you then get a 10th person that joins that channel, and they say don't, then you don't. You know? It is literally a unanimous or not at all system. Either everybody 100% agrees, or you don't do it. Guess the sword can't break the berry bushes, which is kind of nice, honestly. Oops. But, you know, FF14 really does run on a, like, what matters is that everybody is happy playing system. If somebody's not happy, then don't do it. Which I think is neat. That is super nice. Being able to just drop everything into the system. Like, my goodness. That was real handy, being able to just throw it all in and not care. Alright. I forgot about that. Like, I legitimately forgot that was down there. That's really funny. I forgot that I completely covered that. I don't know if that coming down here for a torch was worth it, but that's just how I am. I am that kind of girl. That's unfortunate. Cool, cool. I don't know which of these torches are actually here. It is a little interesting how the torches work. Like, it's a little weird. Because, like, they'll drop, but then they'll still look like the block. And they'll even, like, keep shedding light like the block and everything. And so you can't exactly tell, like, you know, if you're looking at, like, an actual torch on the ground, or if it's, you know, a lit up, or if it's just a, an item. Whoops. Okay. That is a lot of space. Like, that's a lot of, like, land that I have cleared out. Very cool. Very cool. It's a lot of dark area that I've just created. Because I broke all those torches, but there's a lot of land that I've managed to clear out by doing that, which is nice. That scared the crap out of me. Like, that was really funny. Very good. Very good. Alright. Yeah, we're clearing out some space now. So that's nice. Who has friends on 14? It's true. Now, I don't think that I can vein mine with the axe, so I don't think I can, like, cut all of this wood down. But since I'm gonna just creative mode to push this down by a couple blocks, I might just do that here as well. No, I did read, like, what you said as you were saying it, so. Like, I just didn't see that one. But, like, the rest of it I saw, so. Plus, even then, even if I hadn't, like, I did remember what I was saying at the time, so. I don't usually, but I actually did remember a lot of what I was saying at that time, so. So, in and out of sleep. I get that. I have had that a lot, honestly, so I completely get that. Also, I think the grass spread mod only operates around me. So, like, while I was over there, none of this actually spread. So I kind of have to, like, stay around wherever I want the grass to actually, like, spread. Since that's not in the game, like, by default. Which, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's something they plan to add eventually or not. It seems a little weird not to have that, but like, they have a lot of systems that are designed for you to make, you know, grass and stuff like that. So I wouldn't be surprised. You know, it's kind of like seeds don't drop because the system is designed so that you'll use essence of life to create seeds. And they have a lot of that built into, like, the grass too. Like, there's a lot of there's a lot of, like, different ways to make, like, grass blocks. And so I kind of wouldn't be surprised if that's just the intended method. It seems a little annoying if it is, but at the same time, like, And here's here's one of the things that I'm thinking might be the case. The devs of Hytale are like, you know, this feels like a good system to us. But then, like, players come back and are like, hey, maybe don't do that. You know? And then it's like, oh, you know? Alright. So then, like, maybe it gets changed later down the road kind of thing. I'm not saying that that's, like, guaranteed to happen. I'm just saying, like, I could see the idea of, we want to do things different than Minecraft. And so they put in a bunch of different systems that are different from Minecraft. But then a lot of people are just like, nah, you know? So, who knows? We'll see how, you know, Hytale changes as development continues. I am definitely hoping that they listen to their you know, players better than Mojang does. On the other hand, I could also see systems being developed like the grass doesn't spread. And players being like, what the frick? But then the devs being like, you know, there's going to be a story to the game, and it'll make sense once you understand, like, the story. And, like, once that is implemented, people might be like, oh, actually, I get it now, you know? But as just a sandboxy, you know, block game a la Minecraft, the inability for grass to spread feels a little odd. But there is supposed to be some kind of, like, curse on, like, Orbis, which is the world that all of this is... Like, that's the world that, like, Hytale is, you know, made, like, occurs on, you know? And so, like, I could see, you know, well, there's the curse, and, like, you know, once you, like, realize that some of the, like, design choices are based off that, you know, then it's like, oh, now it kind of actually makes sense, because, but that's not something that we know as of yet, because of early, you know, it's all still in early access. And, like, none of the story is in it yet. And so it could be. It could also not be, and it's just an unfinished system. You know? But I'm just, like, trying to kind of advocate for all sides. Because as a game developer myself, I can definitely see parts where it's like, oh, this is a great idea. But then, like, players don't think that. So, I can kind of see, like, I can see both sides, is what I'm trying to say. So, and I am a bit curious as to, you know, which of the sides is correct. There's definitely been stuff in the game that I'm working on that I've been like, yeah, this is a good idea. And then my, like, play testers were just like, maybe don't do this. And I was like, oh. You know? Like, this is not cool or fun. Maybe, could we not do that? Just like, alright, you make a valid point. That's a lot of what it, like, comes down to, though, is, like, there's only so much quality assurance that can be done if the devs don't listen, you know? Famous little bit from the Game Grumps playthrough of Sonic Boom, actually, where, like, they had just finished the game, and, you know, QA, quality assurance, comes up in the credits, and Dan goes, quality insurance? Because, you know, Sonic Boom was so, like, bad and glitchy and broken. But actually, one of the devs, like, actually reached out to the Game Grumps. I don't know if it was specifically Dan. I think it was, but I don't remember. But he basically said, like, yeah, so, you know, we did do a bunch of quality assurance. The problem was the devs didn't listen. Like, you know, it's like, yeah, I definitely get that. I can see where that could happen. Woo! That gave me a full stack of 5,000 dirt. Which, like, cool. I mean, I might go around and fill some stuff in. I just wasn't, you know, I wasn't sure, like, what it would do, you know? So getting a full 5,000 because that's what I have dirt set to, like, it's kind of nice, but also just, like, shocking, you know? Fix one thing, you break 5 others. Yeah. It's also, I mean, the point that I was kind of getting at was just like, you know, sometimes, you know, devs just don't care. And they think like, hey, I know what's best. You know, Blizzard Entertainment. Literally every World of Warcraft expansion. Or at least since Mists of Pandaria. Since they've all been bad since. That's not fair, Serene. Mists of Pandaria and Legion were good. Mists of Pandaria made no lore sense. And Legion was interesting, and they clearly had a vision of what they were going for, and then decided to just scrap it all. Also, I'm sorry, but I just, I don't agree that Legion was great because the whole, like, you know, the Legion is too big for any of us to handle. Like, but then, like, you know, we work together with just, like, a handful of people in our order hall, and then somehow that's like enough to stop the Legion. It was an interesting premise that I felt like they botched, is what I'm saying. I think Legion's premise was good, and I think the expansion could have been good. But then they just completely botched it with the execution. But then I think just about any, like, this is the expansion where we're going to deal with the thing that has been around since the beginning of everything. You know, like, those kinds of, like, premises almost never work. Because you build up, you know, villains to be these, like, major parts of the universe lore, and then you get rid of them. You know? Like, there's only so many times you can do that before you run out of things. And I think that's one of the reasons why World of Warcraft kind of, like, doesn't work anymore, is because they've gotten rid of every major villain now. And the ones that they have created since just are not good. So, but again, that's my own personal opinion, you know? And, like, listen, I have the same issue in my own, like, universe lore, because I have a villain who is, like, the big bad of, like, the world, and I already know, like, the story where everything goes poorly for him. And, like, his plans fail, and he's, like, defeated. You know? And it's like, where do you go from there? And the answer is, like, you know, you can jump into any point in time in my own, you know, Versame lore and have different villains. But I don't think I would ever be able to make any kind of, like, continuous game. You know, like an MMO. Out of that particular, like, story. Because at, like, and here's my biggest take. Okay, like, here's my, what's the term? My hot take? My hot take is MMOs should have a 10-year time, and then the game ends. Like, MMOs should be built to last for 10 years, and then you complete the story, and then you make another MMO. You know, you can set it in the same universe, but it needs to be at a different point in time. Because even Final Fantasy XIV, which I, again, still think is a great MMO even now, even FF14 has this problem. The problem of, we built you up to become this character that is so ridiculously powerful. What can we possibly ever send against you that, like, actually means anything? And I have yet to see an MMO that has solved that problem. Even FF14 hasn't. I think the path that they're taking the current story, by making the Warrior of Light, the main character, you know, the one that you play as, like, become, you know, kind of give them more of a side role. Like, I think that's a good, like, start. But you can tell by the way that Dawn Trail was received that a lot of people did not like that. And unfortunately, that's just like a problem with the MMO format. You know, there's only so many threats that can attack a world in like a certain time frame and have it feel reasonable. You know? Like, one of the biggest issues with World of Warcraft is just the fact that, like, all of the stories that World of Warcraft has gone through could have been awesome if they were handled by a new protagonist. Somebody who wasn't as strong. But it's the fact that the player character is so ridiculously strong now that they're having to do these big cosmic scale, like, storylines, you know, where it's like, oh, we have to go to, you know, another plane and have to go through time, and we have to fight literal gods, you know. There's a reason why Dungeons and Dragons is 20 levels. And when you finish that, you move to another campaign. Because at some point, it just becomes unreasonable to continue with a single character. You know, it's the issue that Ash Ketchum had in Pokemon. After 25 years of being the protagonist, it really just didn't make any sense for him to be losing at the Pokemon League anymore. And that's sort of the problem that World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV and any MMO that's been around forever like that is, you know, reaching. You know, Final Fantasy XI hasn't even had updates in literal years, like expansion, like updates, in literal years. Because there just isn't any more story for them to tell with the main character. But FF11 is going on 21 years now. You know? Like, it's still running. It's still active. People still play it. People have fun. There just isn't new story. And I think that's the point that MMOs need to reach. I really think that at some point, MMOs need to say, like, alright, we've told all the story we can. So let's set another story in the same universe at a different time. Of course, 14 doesn't occur in the same universe as 11. But I don't know many Final Fantasies that do. You know, I don't know many Final Fantasies that occur in the same universe as another Final Fantasy. Not that are like main game, you know. Like you'll get the Final Fantasy X and then the spin-off Final Fantasy X-2, you know. But Final Fantasy XI is not Final Fantasy X Part 2, you know. It's Final Fantasy X Part 2. That is Part 2. And I really think that that's just what MMOs need to do. They need to sit down and say, we have a story. The story is going to last this many years. That piece of grass was fake. And then when that time is up, like if we get all the way through the story, and if people are still playing, then we'll just let people keep playing. You know, we can do some minor, you know, code rebalancing here and there to make sure that the game continues to run on, like, modern computers. And, like, you know, maybe you know, the newer players are like, hey, this is too hard. And, you know, like, look, that was stuff that occurred 5 years ago. So, you know, like, we can change it a little bit at this point, you know. Legacy updates, you know. But I really think the age of, you know, we're just going to make another expansion, and then another expansion, and then another expansion. I think that has to eventually come to an end. You know? If World of Warcraft 5 years ago had done World of Warcraft 2 with brand new characters, but the exact same, like, storyline that it currently had, I think they could have pulled it off. Because they wouldn't have needed to be like, oh, well, somehow this thing happens. You know? Legion. Like, Legion could have been an awesome expansion to a World of Warcraft 2. Because it's not, hey, you, the player character, defeated the Legion, you know, 5 years ago. And now they've inexplicably come about having this new thing that just so happens to let them get here, you know. It's been hundreds of years since the defeat of the Legion in Outland. You know, all of the old characters are gone. Now we've moved on to not only new characters, but a new time in history. And you are not the player, you are not the character from before that has fought, you know, giant armies and all of these, you know, all of these things. Now you're just dude bro. And just that little bit of a change in, like, how it's presented would cause drastic changes in how the story is done. Because no longer do you need to figure out why, you know, demon you fought 10 years ago has suddenly become all, you know, so much stronger. Now it's just, it's the same demon and he's at the same strength. But you aren't that character. And based off of all that they have said about, you know, their plans with, like, this current story arc that they're going through, the whole World Soul thing, to me it sounds like they're planning to do a massive reboot at the end. And I'm going to be honest, if they do that, that will be the best change that World of Warcraft has ever made. I really think that that will be the single best change that World of Warcraft has done to the story. Is doing either like a full reboot or a, like, okay, we've done everything, you know, that can possibly be happening in this time. So let's move to a completely different time. That's my hope anyway. Because I have no clue. Once we freaking wake up Azeroth, and, like, I don't know how they could possibly go from there. I really don't. God, I love Vein Miner. I just wish you could hold a block and also a torch. Because every time I switch to a block and the screen goes dark, it's just annoying. And you know, I wouldn't have any complaint about that at all if it weren't for the dynamic torch lighting. Because the dynamic torch lighting makes me completely forget where is dark and where is light. It's why I don't like dynamic lighting in mods in Minecraft. Because I forget where is dark. And then suddenly it's dark, you know? I mean, that wasn't a great example because freaking I was in a lit area, but it's like you switch and all of a sudden, you know, it's dark. But that doesn't become an issue if you don't have dynamic lighting, because then you're always able to see, oh, it's dark right here. And thus you remember to put down torches. At least that's, you know, what it is for me anyway. Oop. Nope. It is either you take like the max stack size or you take one. There's no button for taking less than that. Which I kind of figured, but I wanted to give it a try and see if I could find one. But nope, I can't find one. I do kind of regret not installing the building wand mod though. I did see one while I was looking at mods earlier today and like updating the mods, and I saw a building wand and I'm like, I don't think I need that, not in Hytale. And then here I am doing freaking, you know, this, where I'm like trying to just fill in all of this space. I'm like, okay, this would have been nice to have the building wand for. But this is one of the few things where I would actually use a building wand. Where I'm trying to put down like literally hundreds or even thousands of blocks. I say that, but then somebody's gonna find a clip from, like, I don't know, Ancient Kingdoms or something and be like, look here, you used the building wand for like 15 blocks here. And like, yeah, I mean, when a building wand is available, I will use it. even on like little things. But like even if if a building wand is available, I will still be like, well, you know, I don't need it for this thing. Like, until I actually, like, make the building wand for the first time. And then once I've made the builder's wand, then it's like everything after that. I just use the wand on. You know? But if there is no wand currently built, I generally just don't even, like, bother building them. Not until I feel like I'm doing a project that I feel like needs it, you know? Woo! That tree had some roots. I don't know that I'm going to be able to fill in this entire area, if I can be honest. But I can at least kind of do some work. Kind of fix it up a little bit. You know, pretty it up. Obviously, you know, not make it look more natural, considering that it is natural. If anything, I'm going to make it look less natural. But I can definitely make it look nicer. You know, get rid of all this freaking tall grass. Whoopsies! I didn't even see him behind the bush. Yeah, unfortunately I was going to hit them, but I already knew that when I started swinging. But hey, I just don't kill them, you know? Just do a little bit of oopsie. And then we're alright. But you know, just go around, pick up some of the branches, cut down the fallen log, or cut down the tall grass. Not fallen log. I don't even know where fallen log came from. But, you know, cut down some of the tall grass here. Now, flowers aren't as big of a deal. Like, flowers can look nice. But flowers tend to end up as casualties along with, you know, the tall grass. Which inevitably, because of that, makes things look better without the flowers, purely because, you know, you end up cutting down like some flowers but not others, and then it's just like, okay, now it freaking looks like trash. Like, you know, if you go into a flower field or whatever it's called in like Minecraft, like, I won't, you know, purposefully break those flowers, because it does look good, you know, all the flowers everywhere. In fact, that tends to be the reason why I would pick such a place to build like a base, you know, because it looks nice with all the flowers everywhere. But then you get into something like this where, you know, it's a plain. I'm sitting here, you know, breaking all the tall grass, and then I also break half of the flowers, and it's like, I could go in and like replant a bunch of flowers, or I could just break them all and be done with it. You know, either way, it's gonna look nicer. And so then I would generally just opt for break the flowers. And yeah, I mean, that, to me, this looks nicer than having all that tall freaking grass everywhere. You know? It looks nice. And you know, there isn't a bunch of like random, you know, weeds everywhere, basically. And that's like partially why I'm like breaking the bushes too. Like, if all of the if I could like plant just a bunch of bushes in one spot, that would look really nice. But having, you know, 2 here and 1 there, and to me, that starts to look really awful. You know? Which, like, I mean, that comes back to, like, the flower thing, you know? If there's a bunch of flowers in one area, that looks really good. If there's 3 flowers that are just kind of there, you know, not like, you know, there to be decorative, then it just looks like there's just stuff everywhere, you know? Like, I'd rather the flowers be in, you know, a space together and look decorative and nice. You know? And the same goes for, like, the bushes. You know? I'm probably gonna buy some bushes from the shop in the temple. Because then, by doing that, I can put them all together in a spot, and they'll look really nice. But without, like, other plants and, like, grass, the bushes just kind of being there just looks a little off. But I don't like the grass. Like, the grass just annoys me. It doesn't look good to me. So, that's all. We got some cows over here. But yeah, I mean, if they do add, you know, animal breeding, like it sounds like they're gonna do in Update 3, like, that'll be awesome. Then we don't need mods to do that anymore. Whoops. Yeah. I think some of why I don't like the tall grass as well is just, you know, the idea of, you know, keeping your lawn mowed in real life, you know? Like, it's because it looks better. And, I don't know, my brain just associates, you know, all this, like, tall grass, like this, with just, the lawn isn't mowed. You know? There. I mean, look at that. You know? Doesn't that look really nice? Like, you can look around and it all looks really nice. You know, a nice, well-maintained lawn, I guess. Guess you could call it. But yeah, I don't know. I just think it looks nicer. That's all. Now we can cover up the stone here. And then the grass will eventually spread into all that. Oops. You know, this doesn't look great, having all the dirt. But once the grass spreads, you know, to all of these locations, it should look really nice. I will say I would kind of like this deep grass a little bit more than the full grass. I think the deep grass looks better, but I don't think the deep grass actually spreads. I think it's only the full grass blocks that spread. So then this entire structure actually needs to come down by 2 blocks. So one of the things I'm going to want to do is actually dig here. And then like dig underneath this structure. And then, like, leave a space that's down here specifically for the, like, structure itself to get, like, moved downward. Like, now that I'm down here, I can, like, fill this in, for example. And then, like, I know that I want this to go down into here, so I can, like, do that. And now, like, I've left a space for this to just go straight downwards. Meanwhile, because I need to continue to dig underneath it, gonna leave a little extra space right there for me to get underneath. continue the actual digging process. Whoops. That was what I was not wanting to do. Put this over here for now. Home. Name already taken. Ah. Because it fell down. And so it didn't like delete. Is that what happened? Current location, burning obelisk. It's not actually a thing, though. Well, I suppose it doesn't show. 342, 122. Oh. Which button was it to bring up the debug info again? F7. I was close. $342, $299. $122. So literally this block here I'm standing on. I got rid of it. Slight bug in the mod. Something to keep in mind is don't break the like don't let the waystone fall off. You know, you actually got to break it. So I didn't know that it was just gonna like pop like that. So let me go ahead and store some stuff into the system. And now it's getting dark. Excuse me. I think just because I'm not doing mining right now, I'm just gonna put the torches into my like main inventory. Wow. I'm doing deconstruction. You know, I'm mining out all of this stuff, but you know, I'm not going down into like the mines. So that might have gone a little more than I wanted. It did indeed. So I was trying to kind of be careful not to do that with the vein mining. But then I ended up doing just that with the vein mining. But now I don't think I can. I think there's a gap around everything. I think if I just do this, should vein mine exactly where I want it to. Cool. That lets me bring that down. So now I basically can just outline it. And the creative mode tool is like a square. I can't make it like go around like this stuff. So what I will do is I will just leave that blank for now. And when I actually move the structure down, then after I do that, I can then go in and, you know, change it. So, I know what I'm, I fill in this space is what I'm trying to say. I'm just not getting those exact words out. But this does allow me to make one minor change. To how I have this set up. Which is that I can go in and replace this section with marble. I put the cobblestone back. And I think this is how I'm actually going to build like everything. I'm going to start with a um a cobblestone like base as the bottom, so that I can map out like where the floor is gonna be. So also, no, never mind. I am doing this right. I was thinking like this needed to be embedded, but no, it's just a cobblestone, because I have this area here where you're taking a step up. So the whole structure is actually one block taller, essentially, than like the base ground. So I am doing it right. I am doing it right. Which, you know, I've only had to fix this like many times because I thought I was doing it wrong. Like that was actually an issue. That I was like dealing with. I kept thinking I was doing it wrong, but I was doing it right. And so then I would rebuild it because I thought I had it wrong. Only to realize after that I had it right, and then I'm like, sick. Good. Now see, that is what vein mine is really used for. Going in and mining out all of the stone in an area so that you can then place down the grass after. Which is partly why it's super annoying to me that the vein miner in Minecraft like will break grass and dirt blocks along with the stone. Because it's like, but I want that there. Like, I just want to mine the stone. You know? Like, leave the grass and dirt blocks. Please. And maybe there is an option for that, and I just don't know it. But if there is, I don't know it, so. It would certainly be nice for, like, you know, the vein miner likes to mine, like, stone when I'm trying to do, like, just the andesite and stuff. So, an option to, like, change that would be awesome. But if there is a way, I don't know it. That's the layer that it'll be on. Also, another thing I noticed with this particular vein miner is that it doesn't, like, go downward while it's in freeform. Unless it has, like, cleared the entire upper, like, the entire, like, top layer. And that's really nice. Because that is a big complaint I have with the vein miner in Minecraft. Is I wish I could just tell it to mine, you know, like the flat plane that I'm on. But I can't. you know? One by one. That section wouldn't have really vein mined, really at all. So. But, this does, the nice thing about this vein miner is it will be able to actually vein mine the freaking coal. As it can vein mine everything else. Because this one isn't limited to, like, what kinds of blocks. That are in the vein miners, like, database. Whoops. Could have picked that up instead of broken it, but oh well. But yeah, I mean, you can see over here that none of this grass is spread. Because I haven't been over here. Because it only does the grass spreading around, like, where you're at, unfortunately. That's just the way that the mod is set up. Right, I don't have it on freeform anymore. Okay, yeah, the bottom ground here. Like, this layer can stay. Everything else that needs to go. But I think I'm not gonna worry about that too much. I'm just gonna try to get, like, what I can around this area. You know, the main thing that I was trying to deal with there was just all the cobblestone from the mine structure that was here. I was just trying to get rid of all that. Or at least all of this part that I like needed. That I need to be, you know, dirt anyway. So. I'm not going to worry about all the rest of this. Or all the rest of that, rather. That's down there. Not until I actually get to that section anyway. But that little bit there I can get. So. And then I think I'm just going to do what I did before. Where I just cover this up. Now that I know what layer I'm putting blocks down at. And just place blocks down. Cool. Very cool. And I don't need these anymore because when the animal breeding comes out, it may or may not be completely different. So I don't really need to hold on to those at all. Like I don't need to hold on to the stuff that tells me what to give the animals if the animals are going to be completely different later on, you know? So. I like the sound it uses, though, when you do the vein mine. It does that, like, anvil noise. It's kind of cool. Like, clang. But hey, at least you know that it, you know, is doing it. Of course, you can also just see that it's happening in front of your eyes, I'm sure, but still. Sound design is a big part of video games, though. Like, have you ever played a video game that, like, the sounds were just, like, really off? And you're just like, what the frick? Hello, kitty cat. I have. I don't remember what the game was. But I know I have. Down. Come on. If you want food, go eat. My cat begging for food. Despite the fact that her food bowl is full already. And not even in the, like, you know, it's kind of full and she just like doesn't realize. I mean, like it's actually full. She's a very picky eater, though. At least that's what I feel like must be the case. So, I also like the sound as it, like, you know, breaks multiple blocks and you get that, like, rumble. Like, that I think is really cool, too. Actually, I think this goes down a layer as well. Not down. What? Food. She's like, oh, my food. Oh, there is food in my bowl. I'll go eat that. If you would actually look in your bowl before. I find that I put food in it quite regularly. This is regular grass. Sorry, something like I'm eating a donut and it like caught in my throat. That's what that noise was. So, sorry about that. I know the fact that I can sometimes make like really gross noises can be one of the things that people don't like about watching my streams. And you know, I try not to. But unfortunately, this is what happens when you have an autoimmune disorder. You just have times where your body decides that, you know, it's going to pick up some nasty thing. And that's just it. Like, you don't have a choice. And because, you know, it's an autoimmune disorder, and so you're regularly picking up, you know, garbage freaking stuff. Um, like, it annoys me as much as it does everybody else, is what I'm trying to say. Like, trust me, I know why it's annoying. Because it annoys me as well. If I had any way to fix these issues, you know, I would do so. But, like, people don't care about that, you know? People don't care if you have, like, a legitimate problem or not. It's like, I don't like this thing, and so therefore I won't watch this person. I'm like, yeah, I get it, you know? It sucks, but I get it. So, you know, not trying to be like, hey, you should watch anyway. But just, you know, more like, I understand where you're coming from. Whoopsies. I dug a little too much on that one. There isn't a way to, like, stop it. You know, the vein miner in Minecraft, like, if you just let go of the button, it stops. But that isn't the case here. So, it goes out 50 blocks, and that's just the way it is. So, which is generally fine. It's just, you know, sometimes it's like, whoopsie. 50 blocks was slightly too much. That's all. Unless, of course, you know, there isn't 50 blocks for it to mine. Then it'll stop prematurely. I freaking love Bavarian-filled Bismarcks. Technically, they're not donuts. They're Bismarcks. But I say donut anyway because you buy them from the donut section. At least that's where I buy them from. I buy them from the local donut section. Even if they are technically not donuts. So, oh, and all those things I just filled in are areas that I didn't need to fill in. Good. Whoa, okay. I forgot I had it on freeform. It's fine, I fixed it. How about that? The vein miner actually technically did work. I was holding the vein miner button on accident. Like I was just doing it without even thinking. And it broke 2 blocks. It broke 2 of the logs. I will say, the land is coming along. You know? Like, I am getting the land nice and flattened. So, it is coming along nicely. Why don't I show you the creative features? I can show you how it is that I'm going to move the stuff. Oops. Arrows only stack to 100. Let's go ahead and start game mode to creative mode. Now what we do is, whoops, not collision. We want to go into our creative tools. We want to open up our block tools. Basically what we're going to do is go in and select the entire structure, like so. Like, watch how easy this is. You know? I have to remember how to do this. It's been a little while. Move. Oh, right. Freaking the move. It's the move tool. So, there doesn't appear to be a way to change the default, like, creative buttons, which is really annoying. And so E is the move tool, except that because there's no way to change that, I have the inventory on E because that's Minecraft. So I can't move that off the creative one. So I have to actually disable my inventory. I'm sure this is a thing that they'll fix eventually. But now we can go into the move tool. And what you'll see is that there is this little thing here. This little 3D you know, arrow, these 3D arrows. And basically I just want to grab the green. I want to move the entire structure down 2 blocks like that. And with that done, I can edit, or I can paste and exit. And that's, I mean, that's literally it. So, clear the selection. And then I can go back into my settings. I can add E back to the inventory. And then I can remove this out of my hotbar. This is also why I cleared my inventory, because I didn't want to accidentally freaking goof something there. And exit creative mode. And boom, bada bing, bada boom. I have moved the structure. It's just that easy. Like, holy crap, dude. It's kinda awesome, I won't lie. But now, I can pull some dirt out. And I can fill in this space that I left. And now you do have to be careful, because when you do that move tool, it will overwrite anything that's already there. And that's partially why I dug out that exact space for this building, was so that I wouldn't overwrite anything that was underneath it. But yeah, just like that. I've moved the entire structure down by 2 blocks. And, I mean, it literally couldn't be any simpler than that. Like, holy crap, dude. Like, it is so easy to just build in this. Like, I have seen videos on YouTube that are like, building in Hytale is so easy, it feels like cheating. I'm just like, yeah, no, I get that. I totally get that. Because it really is. It's so easy to use the creative mode in this. Honestly, it's almost kind of ridiculous. Like, you know, you go back to Minecraft and it's like so much harder. And it feels almost ridiculous how, like, difficult it is to, like, build in creative mode compared to this game. Like, the Hytale team legitimately just was like, alright, what if we just make it so that you can build? You know? Like, we're making a game about, you know, building with blocks. So, why don't we just make it so that you can build? And I kind of feel like it's almost ridiculous that, like, it's so much more difficult in Minecraft. Like, after having done stuff in this, I'm just going, why is this not, you know, like, better in Minecraft? Like, why are some of these quality of life things that are in this game, like, not just part of Minecraft? You know? Whoopsies! I forgot that, I didn't dig out over here. It's fine. I mean, I have to go that way anyway. With, like, the grass and stuff, eventually. So I'll end up digging it out eventually anyway. Oops. That was not dirt. That was the torch. There are some things, I will say, in Hypixel that are, or I should say that aren't in Hypixel, that are in Minecraft, that I'm just like, why is this not a thing? However, a lot of the things that I've thought that about, they've, like, added in since. And it honestly makes me go, like, I don't know if this is the intended, or if it's just because it's early access. You know? But if it is just because it's in early access, then great. But if some of them are the intended, like, you know, grass not spreading, for example, then I am a little confused. But, who knows? We'll find out as the game continues development, and let's be honest, like, this game isn't going to be anywhere near complete for many years. At least I hope not. I hope that they keep, you know, adding more and iterating and adding more for years to come. Even before, you know, it goes into, like, official release. So, I hope that they keep up the good work. Because they are doing good work so far. I honestly think that. Honestly think that they have done a fantastic job so far. And I honestly think that once this game is complete, it will be awesome. I do not think Hypixel or Hytale will ever be the Minecraft killer, as people like to call it. Like, I don't think that will ever happen. Minecraft is simply too big. I don't think there's any amount of, like, anything really that can be done to legitimately kill Minecraft. You know? Maybe something that could come out that make people be like, hey, you know, I'd rather play... Yeah, it's like Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley is not going to ever be the Harvest Moon killer. Or Story of Seasons killer. You know? There will be people who, like me, hi, think like, oh wait, that the clock. The clock was part of the mini-map. I just noticed there isn't a clock anymore. There used to be a clock in the top right, but now that I don't have the mini-map, it's not there. So I think that was actually just part of the mini-map. Which is fine. And, you know, I actually am kind of glad. Because I did feel really dumb. Because I hadn't, you know, like, if the clock had been there the whole time, like, I did feel kind of dumb. That I, like, I hadn't noticed it ever. But now that I know that it wasn't there at all, I feel a little better, you know? Doop, doop, doop. Bedtime. I don't feel as dumb, though. Now knowing that that was, you know, part of the mini-map. So. I don't suppose this gives me a time? No. And maybe somewhere in here. But there's a lot. Yeah, time. It's day 69. Nice! Wow. That's amazing. It's day 69. Now we're at a steady 59 FPS, which I think is technically what 60 frames per second actually is. I don't think you ever actually hit 60 frames per second. So, we're technically at 60 FPS. So, but yeah, it looks like the time is just in here. And even then you have to kind of look for it, because it's in the world section there on the right side. It's the bottom box on the right side. It's in world. And you have to kind of go down to about the middle. And you can see it's day 69 at 5:36. Dawn. It does tell me light levels too, which is nice. $11. Ooh. Torches are only $11. Maybe? I'm not sure. It says no, okay. No, that's the color RGB. It's RGB there. That's the color. That's not the like light level. Light level might be the 15. I'm not sure. Like, maybe like as it's meant to be like shadow level or something. The torch seems to give me a 12 on that. But otherwise, I can't like see the light level because of the sun here. It's registering the sunlight, which is fine. It's just, you know, it's just interesting. I will say, somebody at my local Walmart was talking about having seen Iron Lung. I still haven't seen it myself. I really want to. But like every time I hear, you know, talk about the, you know, Iron Lung, like, I get so happy. 'Cause it's just awesome to me, you know? A YouTuber released like an official like Hollywood level production movie, you know? Like, I think that is so cool. You know? Like, that's awesome. Cause like, yeah, you know, oh, it's a YouTuber movie, you know, so you think it's just gonna kind of be whatever. But, like, it's not. Like, Markiplier cares so much and has such passion for, like, cause that's also just, like, what he's always wanted to do. He's always wanted to be a movie director, you know? And so to me, it's just so awesome that he's getting to actually, like, do, you know, his passion. You know? And yeah, he's been through a lot to get the movie, you know, out there, because all of the big name companies are just like, you're a freaking YouTuber, like, you're not you know, gonna produce anything worthwhile. And yet, here's Markiplier just being like, nah. Like, I'm gonna. You watch me. And it's so cool. Like, I'm so happy for him. You know? Like, it's wild to me to go out to Walmart and hear people talking about the movie the way that they would just any other movie, you know? I'm just like, that's so awesome, man. Like, I'm so freaking happy for him. Like, when he actually posted the video about, like, you know, Iron Lung's coming out, and this is where you can find it and stuff, like, I was legitimately, like, crying during that video, because I was so happy that he was, you know, finally getting the ability to put that thing out there. Like, legitimately, like, I was legit crying. Because I was just so happy that he was getting the ability to put it out there. You know? And I'm just so happy for him. You know? I'm excited because I want to see it. I don't think I will be able to go out into theaters to see it because, you know, it's a little difficult to get out and all. Being disabled. But for certain, like, as soon as it's on, like, a streaming service, I'm gonna watch it. Because I'm just so excited for it. And, like, there's part of me that's like, you know, I can't wait for it to come out on streaming. But also, like, there's a part of me that's like, nah. Even if I don't get the ability, even if it means I don't get the ability to see it for a while. Like, you know, keep it in theaters as long as it can. Like, I want to see it be that successful. You know? That it gets, you know, months in the theaters. Even if, you know, it means I don't get to see it for 6 months or whatever. Like, I want to see it. Because it makes me happy. You know? I'm just so excited for him. You know, it's like, I'm a Twitch streamer. And, like, if I could publish my, like, novels, you know? Like, that would be awesome. To me, you know? So you're a Twitch streamer, but you are still able to follow your passion, your actual passion of writing, you know? And I want to, but that takes money. And unless streaming suddenly takes off, I don't have that money. But I am trying to push a bit more to stream more often than I used to. In the hopes that, you know, like, I don't have to be super successful. You know, I don't need to be the next Markiplier or, you know, Captain Sparkles, or, you know, name big name streamer here, you know. Just enough money that I can, you know, pay for all the things that are needed to make a video game and publish a novel, you know. That would make me happy. It'd make me happy for myself anyway. Cause I, like, you know, I'm happy about a lot of stuff. None of it for me. Freaking, I don't have anything that brings me happiness. You know? So. Heck, I bet like most people that are watching right now aren't even aware that I did publish a novel. They actually did. Years ago, I actually did publish a novel. I think it was 2017. It sold 5 copies. Like, in its entire lifetime. Like, I think I bought a bulk box of like 20 of them, I want to say. So that way I had some that I could, you know, sell, like, by my own hand, you know. Take it around, you know, sell it to people I knew, you know, try to get some word of mouth out there, things like that. Half of them got water damage because the house that I live in has no roof. Well, it has a roof. It just the roof doesn't, like, it leaks. And they were stored with everything else, in the storage area of the house, which is where the largest leak in the roof is. And so they got rained on, you know. So half of those, what, 20-ish, I think it was, you know, got water damage. So, you know, unsellable at that point, even if I wanted to. Like, even if I had prospective buyers, which I didn't, anyway. So I had to throw those out. The ones that didn't get water damage were the ones that I had either sold, all, like, prior to them getting water, you know, prior to the water damage. Or there were ones that I had stored somewhere else, such as, like, the proof copy that I have. or like the copies that I gave to my family. And unfortunately, those are, you know, I think, counting my family and myself, I think we have about 5 copies of the novel around the house somewhere. And I sold a couple of copies to, like, friends at where I worked at the time. I also sold a copy to one person online who said that as soon as they had read it, like, they, you know, they would give me a review. And that review never happened. So yeah. That's unfortunately the extent of the sales I've ever had of my novel. And yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that did hurt my interest and confidence in writing. Cause, like, you know, it's not even like, you know, that I, you know, didn't, like, that I wasn't successful with the novel. It's that it just didn't sell at all. Nobody wanted it. Like, the only people who did want it were close friends. And that wasn't, oh, you know, I wanted to actually read it, as much as, I'm your friend, I'll buy the novel. Like, I don't even know if any of them actually read the novel. So, in the end, I ended up, you know, basically having nobody buy it and seemingly nobody read it. Even the people who claimed they wanted to, you know? And unfortunately, that does not, you know, help with, you know, keeping up your interest in doing things. It's like, and I don't mean any offense to, you know, the people in my D&D group when I say this. But, like, I will, like, write stuff about my world and, like, post it into our, like, D&D chat. And I can tell, like, when people do read the stuff that I send, and I can tell when people don't read the stuff that I send out. And I think the amount of times that I have been able to say, like, oh, hey, you know, yeah, they read this, is like, I would say it's like every third time. Maybe every fourth time. And when people don't read, like, the stuff, I'm just like, okay, well, what was the point? You know? In, like, putting all that work into it. Again, like I said, I don't mean, you know, any offense to them or anything. I'm aware that they are also busy, you know. It's not like, you know, they're not reading it at all because they just don't want to. You know, sometimes it is just they get busy and they don't think about it. But at the same time, like, you know, it still does, you know, it still does kind of buckle down to. I don't think that's the right term. Like, it still comes down to, like, if they're not gonna read it, then there's no point, you know? So. Okay. Well, I think that's doing pretty well. I think it's looking pretty nice, actually, around here. You know? I mean, there's still more flattening that needs to occur. The main problem is just getting the grass to spread enough, really. Whoops. Like, that's sort of the main thing that's, like, kind of holding me back a bit, is just getting the grass to spread enough that I can then vein mine it, really. So. Until then, it kind of becomes a waiting game. And also, I mean, part of it is that, you know, it doesn't spread while I'm away. It only spreads around me and not, you know, like, while I was over there, nothing was happening over here, you know? And so then so, like, instinctively, I'm just like, oh, I'll go do this thing while I wait for the grass to spread. Except that doesn't work. So. And then I come back and I'm like, alright, the grass doesn't spread while I'm away. And then, you know, the cycle repeats. Basically. So. Still, it is looking good. Whoops. Oh boy. I didn't realize that it had gone down that far. Wasn't until after I started, like after I looked down, I was like, that's way the frick down, isn't it? I mean, there's nothing I can do about that either. All I can really do is just fill it in. Oops. The other issue that I have here is my animals. You know, I need to think of a way to like move them so that I can, you know, clear their pens. But I'm not entirely sure yet how to do that. So that might be like an off-camera thing where I put in that much work. So that said, we have been going for 5 hours. And even though we have not done any like extra work on the mansion itself, I think that all of the work that we have done has been good. You know, we have done a lot, regardless of whether it's been directly working on the mansion or not, you know. Whoops. What? I'm gonna just put that in here for now. 4 minutes. Okay. I'll just let that trigger then. In that case. It's also partially why I haven't, like, mined this section. Because if I mine, like, these blocks underneath these will all, like, pop off. And I don't want that to happen. Like, see, look just like that. Or, you know, like what happened with the freaking waypoint earlier. Hey, the storage system is fine though. So that's cool. Let's just go ahead and put this in here for now, so I don't have to keep moving it. But the training dummy doesn't pop off. Because sure, why not? That said, though, with everything now being in here, I kind of don't have as much, like, concern about, like, all of these things, you know, popping off. And, like, how I'm then going to deal with that. So. It probably also wouldn't hurt. Like, all of this stuff here is all the modded stuff. And, like, some of the decorations. Hi. The large cauldron didn't... both cauldrons. Neither cauldron popped. That's interesting. But yeah, I mean... I could probably, you know, just store everything in here without issue right now. I mean, that's the main thing, was just, you know, storing all of this stuff. And that's kind of not really a big issue right now. Now that we have the storage system, so... Cool. That helps a little bit at least. And I guess I can just throw these in here for now. I mean, not really using them, you know? Like, I don't immediately actually have anything that needs to go into, you know, any of the workbenches. I need to, like, build, you know? I guess with that, though, it's really just like the farm over there and the animal pens, you know, like everything else is moved. Yeah, it's all stored on the storage disk, it seems, because it didn't, you know, nothing bad. I mean, I'm hoping that, you know, doing that wasn't a problem anyway. Yeah, it's all still there. Storage access point. Cool. Very cool. Well, I mean, it's a start. You know? I'll have to think about what I'm gonna do here with all of these guys. But like a lot of this is now flattened and, you know, good to go. I still gotta figure out what I'm gonna do down there specifically, because I mean the mansion's gonna go out that way. I'm probably just gonna have to raise the ground up, but we'll see. Um, good old screenshot of that while I'm in creative mode and can fly. Which, by the way, that was why I went into creative mode, was so that I could get a good shot of that without worry. But yeah, I mean, it's been, 5 hours. So we're at a pretty good, spot where we could stop. Don't know if using the move tool would move entities. Otherwise, I would just do that. Just do the same thing I did for the mansion. Dig out everything underneath and then use the move tool. I don't know if it, moves entities. I guess we could try it once. Nothing really stopping us from giving it a try. Okay. Goes to there. I don't even know what's in this area. Oh. That was actually 2 pens? That makes a bit more sense, actually. Let me get a chest to once again store my inventory in. I'm doing all of this stuff. I don't want to accidentally have a chance of losing stuff out of my inventory, I've done that before. So whoops. That is not the one I have dug out. Hey, they just drop right down in. So yeah, actually, I think I'll just do that. They just kind of immediately just drop right down into it. And when I move it like that, it doesn't save it as having moved until I click the button. So it's not like they can, get out or anything. Of course, now I have no inventory. But yeah, I should just be able to do that. Well, I gotta go get my tools. I just need my pickaxe. Whoops. And it's just a matter of, you know, dig down enough. Oops. Get in here. I realize this is probably 2 pens again, but it's fine. It'll just be easier to just drop both of them at once. Cool. Cool. I'll probably just do the same thing again for the farm. Like, I'll probably just dig underneath the farm and then bring it down in the same way. Meh. I mean, this seems to work pretty well, so. Although it's definitely bigger than 50 blocks here. Whoops. Who knows what kinds of blocks are underneath this farm here? Whoopsie. That's another very deep hole. Let me grab my torches. Which, I mean, I'll have to break before I, you know, move the structure, but with how big this is. Not even entirely sure. Like, what all is down here. I mean, that makes sense, you know, sand and all. It's fine. Oh, I was over mining by a lot. I mean, I guess this area needs to be mined eventually anyway. Oopsies. Again. Keep hitting the block on the wrong face. So it just vein mine straight through in like the wrong direction. Right, I forgot that there was a whole like cave there. Imagine doing this by hand, like mining all of these blocks. Like, imagine mining all of the blocks that we've mined today. You know, properly by hand without vein miner. Like, that would be ridiculous. Just making sure that I still have a way to, you know, get underneath. See, now, some of the problem I'm facing here is the grass is spreading as I'm doing this. And if it didn't, all of this would just be dirt. Which, I mean, you know, it's fine. It's not a, you know, complaint. It's just, that's how it is. Like, a lot of that I wasn't getting the vein mine on directly because it was grass instead of dirt, you know? Cool. Then I can break the torches. Whoops. 2,000 blocks of dirt, dude. Imagine digging, well, not 2,000, almost 3,000 blocks of dirt. Completely by hand. Imagine having having to deal with the durability during that process. Because the adamantine pickaxe, believe it or not, only has 400 durability. We mined 3,000 blocks, almost, just from underneath the farm. Well, maybe underneath the pens too, but still. An adamantine pickaxe. I would have gone through the entire thing multiple times in the process of doing this. Let's go ahead and put those in there. We'll throw these in here. And then I have no idea how crops react to this. So we're going to be finding out here in just a moment. If all of my crops suddenly break, we'll know why. It would suck, but who knows? Let me go one higher because some of the crops are like 2 blocks. Yeah. 1,599 blocks were moved. How about that? $117 blocks there. Yes. Two blocks. Whoop. I like that they just drop straight down. Except for this one chicken. Well, alright. So that one chicken got out. It's fine. Whoop. Alright. That is everything that is in my actual, like, you know, home area here. Oh, the freaking eggs that were in this fell. That's alright. Whoops. I should have tossed that, but well. Frickin' my inventory. Hypixel, please. Add the ability to customize that. Because, good lord. Because, good lord, is that a pain. There we go. Well, everything has been moved to the new flat area. So that is awesome. Yeah, you can see there were 17,000 blocks of dirt in our system. Imagine doing that in vanilla. You would either have to constantly be making new tools, or you'd have to do it all by hand without any tools. Now, at some point, I anticipate that they're going to add, you know, like enchantments, unbreaking type stuff. You know, ways to modify your tools to make them last longer. But that is not currently available. And yes, that, you know, while that is something that will likely come at some point, this is, you know, me playing now and needing to move all of that stuff right now in my world. You know, I couldn't wait years for that kind of stuff to become available before doing all this work. You know? Like, this was stuff that had to be done here on my current save at the current time, you know? Whoopsies again. Oh, hey, I can actually, like, fall down here. Give me some free form. Mine out the copper. Sudden realization of, is that the right layer? Yes, it is. So I don't need to mine out these grass blocks. Those are fine. Whoopsies! I still had it on freeform. I do like that the drives for this storage system were nice and cheap. I mean, yes, adamantine, but I mean, I had adamantine already. You know? I just mean, like, it's not, you know, freaking 1,000 quarts. And, you know, a ton of other crap. I mean, it works in, you know, Minecraft when, you know, you have all of that stuff, like, available constantly, right? Hytale, though, not necessarily. Not when it's, you know, still this early access. So. Alright, well, we did a lot of work. You know, this was a lot of success. And, you know, I'll have to do more work on the mansion, obviously. And I'll probably do some of that off camera. You know, I'm not going to suddenly come back with a finished mansion, of course. But I am probably going to be doing a lot of this, like, terraforming stuff further off camera, just to make things easier. Interesting. It's just, you know, placed these back down and all of them grew. Whereas these have been sitting here for like ever and none of them were growing. So I wonder if there's something to that. You know? Like, maybe I need to break the cactus every once in a while. Like, whenever I harvest it, maybe break the bottom blocks instead of, you know. Like, well, yeah, like, look at this. They all grew again. They weren't growing before. That's really really interesting. I don't know. What I do know, though, is that this has been fun. You know? We did a lot of work. Got a lot of things done. Actually, I think I filled that area in over here. Yeah, I did finish this. Or at least I finished that. Did I finish over here? I did not. I did. Okay. But yeah, I mean, there's still more to do. Ultimately. You know, if I remember to not freeform. So, I suppose in this regard, freeform's probably not a, you know, too much of an issue. Oops. I wondered if that might happen. I was too close to the edge. Which is one of the reasons I hadn't been digging out this section, you know? Well, if you've enjoyed, and you're watching over on YouTube, feel free to subscribe. There should be a playlist in case you want to catch any of the other streams. If you'd like to catch the streams themselves live, come on out to twitch.tv/SereneInc. Where I do, in fact, stream these live. You know? Come on out, hang out with us, chat, all that. You know? Have fun. I don't outro very well when I'm also doing other things. And I'm, you know, doing other stuff here with the vein mining that I'm doing. So, yeah. Guess I haven't anything else really to say, so. I think I said it all, right? Twitch, check out Twitch, check the playlist, subscribe. I think, yeah, that should be everything, so. I guess with that, I will see you all next time. See you later. I say as I continue to keep the stream the recording active because I'm vein mining.